2 1 2 testing 1 2 2 2 4 4 2 2 1 2 1 2 4 4 4 4 4 2 2.
Rad as the Portfolio Committee. My name is Kusela Sangontigo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. I'm with members of the committee, which I will introduce, starting with Honorable Sitole, the gentleman just behind you there, DDG Shalembe. Next to him is Honorable Elisha. Next to her, Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Matafa is taking his seat now. Next to Honorable Matafa is Honorable Bodlani. Next to Honorable Bodlani, Honorable Vilagazi. And then it's Honorable Makubele and Honorable Souls. So that is the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. We have noted the presence of the department. I believe the delegation is led by you, DDG Shalembe. Thank you very much. We perhaps when you get an opportunity, you'll indicate to us if we have any apologies. So from a parliamentary perspective, all of us are here. Let me greet the BRPs. It is lovely to be here at the post office. I think we've been having quite a run with the BRPs since you first came to Parliament, and we thought it was important for us to come and do this oversight visit here. Maybe a change of perspective where we sit and you really take us through an understanding of the issues. We know that since October, I think it was, when you first announced Day Zero, there has been, challenges within the organization. I'm happy to see that the executive of the post office is also here. So we do not in any way think that those challenges would have eased at this point. Instead, they probably would have gotten worse. We've also noted, I think, in a number of statements by the Portfolio Committee, and this is always an important starting point for us. We've noted the progress that has been made since the business rescue process started. The work that you've done in terms of decreasing the debt liability of the post office, the work that you've done in terms of increasing the net asset value, the work that you've done, though sometimes it has been difficult, around the operational costs of the post office and bringing them to a more manageable level. So we don't take that away. I think for the longest time, our point of contention has always been, what does the future of the post office look like? And while it may not have been contingent on that, and I'm saying may not have been contingent of that, the National Treasury too has taken such an approach to say, what does the future of the post office look like, so that the rest of the business rescue plan may be implemented. So as we come here today as the Portfolio Committee, it's in fulfillment of the mandate of Parliament. Firstly, which is to ensure, and what the committee has tasked itself, which was to ensure that we strengthen the legislative, the regulatory, and the policy environment that the departments, entities within our portfolio operate in. But secondly, and I think most importantly, is to ensure the sustainability and proper governance of entities within the portfolio, with the post office being one of them. And then ultimately to ensure that you're able to deliver as your mandate, DCDT and your entities relating to universal access, digitization of government service and so forth. So executive oversight, public participation is part of how we seek to achieve those objectives. We do have the agenda, and the nice thing is that this agenda then came from the BRPs. So where there are areas in the agenda that we are not able to explain, we will then take it from there. But that is the agenda for today. So we were expecting the ministry to be here. I'm not sure if we have an apology from them. Then the business rescue process and developments to date. The presentation on the strategy document, I will assume that that's the turnaround strategy. The joint steering committee led by the DCDT, presentation on the partnership strategy, and then an engagement with the unions and the non-unionized reps and the National Treasury. We wrote to the National Treasury quite late, I must be honest, because we were having a toing and froing about this agenda. So Minister Godongwana did write back to us yesterday apologizing, saying that they are currently focused on the budget, which must be delivered next week, I think, or the week after. But we're still trying to see if we are able to get maybe one of the members from GTEC who would have worked with the BRPs to still join us in the afternoon. So that is it in a nutshell. Can I check if we have any apologies from the ministry, Zaytun DDG? The Deputy Minister is abroad. Hello. This gentleman was with us in the Eastern Cape when we did an oversight visit. No, I'm just I think it was probably one of the most difficult weeks of his life. So we don't have a presentation from the ministry, but I do want DDG Shelembe, obviously you do carry the mandate of the department, maybe say a few words before we then hand over to the BRPs. Thanks.
Good morning to you, Honorable Chairperson, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the BRPs, SAPO executives, DCDT representatives, and everyone present, all protocol observed. Chairperson, I think I need to register the apology of the minister as well. The minister had indicated that he will not be able to join the committee until he is available, I think, on Thursday to do so, Chairperson. The DG is also registering an apology. She is out of the country, and so I am representing the department here. Chairperson, we have been on a long journey with the BRP process to date. The BRPs will present what you have correctly summarized, Chairperson, as the key milestones that have been touched and attained by the BRPs. These include the reduction of the debt book of the post office by an amount of approximately 9 billion rand. It includes the rationalization of staff, which ultimately ended in a Section 189 retrenchment of some of the employees of the post office, and also includes the rationalization of the branches of the post office. These are all initiatives that were aimed to contain the cost of the business with the view to it then turning around. We have then been on a path with the BRPs to put together the strategy for the turnaround of the post office. That has been not an easy path, I must say. We have had several engagements. We have disagreed in some instances because we were feeling as a department that maybe there needs to be more traction on the turning around of the business, particularly on the increase in the revenues of the post office. That has not happened to date. In fact, the revenues are still under so much strain as things stand. That then means that the post office continues to have serious operational cash shortfalls. Every month they register a cash shortfall in spite of the cost-saving measures that had been taken. To this extent, then we were alerted to the day zero, which was said to take place at the end of October 2024. And the BRPs have fortunately been able to stave off that day zero from that period in time by instituting certain cost-cutting measures to help the business to move along. We in the department have been engaging with the National Treasury to get the 3.8 billion that was government's undertaking towards the BRP process. The 3.8 billion has not been forthcoming yet. We are still in negotiations with Treasury in that respect. That notwithstanding, Treasury then advised us to try and find within our resources any amounts that we can spare for the post office. And to that extent, we have managed to save 150 million rand, which the minister is communicating today to the BRPs as available to send and transfer to SAPO to just stave off again at day zero. That amount then will hopefully see the post office through the month of March, and perhaps a little bit beyond that. We'll hear from the BRPs about that. And then that allows us space then to pursue other initiatives which we are hoping to pursue to get other sources of injection of funding into the post office. That is the stuff around the partnerships that we are currently pursuing, Chairperson. So with those words, that is my introductory summary, Chair, as to where we are right now with the BRP's process. And we will then be happy to engage as the day progresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shelembe. I've just got notification that indeed the National Treasury is not able to join us. We forgot that they are hosting the G20 Finance Ministers track in Cape Town. But I think it's something that we will continue following up. May I hand over to you, messieurs? I'm not sure if you will be leading it. Over to you. If you could also introduce the team that you're with, please, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable. Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members from the committee that are present today, members from DCDT led by the DDG and his team, SAPO executives, members of the BRP team, the unions represented at SAPO, the media and the general public. We welcome all to this Portfolio Committee oversight visit to SAPO. We thank you, Chair, for your kind opening remarks, detailing our progress thus far. So some of the things that we may say may sound like a repetition, but it's not for us. It's just we have to remind ourselves, going along in this process, what our statutory duties are as responsible senior business rescue practitioner. I should have said or introduced myself first. I'm Juanito Daumans. I'm one of the joint business rescue practitioners. Next to me is Anush Ruplau. He's my joint business rescue practitioner. Then on my left-hand side, we've got Delmain September and Makuve Ravuga, who are part of the business rescue team. And then next to me, we've got Boer Vanika, who's our legal advisor. And then we have Walter Stander. He's also a member of the BRP team. We have Louise Brookman, who's a member of the BRP team. We've got Shakira Kasim, who's a member of the BRP team. Then we've got Mukuve or Farello Mukuve there at the back, who's part of our team. Nasak Dawood, sitting in the corner trying to hide himself. He's a member of our BRP team, as well as the Mandla Ndaba. Then we've got Lavinia Burns, Jolie Sitole, and Nikita Dalili, who is also part of our business rescue team. So we've got a number of people here from our team to deal with any questions and to give clarity and assist us in the process. We have provided a few slides that will take us through the business rescue process, and then we'll have an opportunity after this to talk about the strategy that we have And we've completed that strategy and worked it out with SAPO execs, and we'll have Ms. Fatima Ghani that will be presenting that part of the presentation. So if I can start just from my side, we can move on to the next slide. So it's important for us always as BRPs, and this goes for all of us that are senior business rescue practitioners and have been involved in this in the business rescue environment for the last 13 years. That's basically since inception of business rescue. So the purpose of business rescue is to rehabilitate a financially distressed company in accordance with the parameters set in an adopted business rescue plan as drafted and presented in accordance with Section 150 of the Companies Act. The Act does not provide for the amendment of an adopted business rescue plan, particularly once the plan's implementation has commenced. As such, the South African Post Office BRPs must implement the plan, the BR plan, as adopted by the creditors and approved by the DCDT. No provision is made in Chapter 6 of the Companies Act for the BRPs to implement another plan or pursue a different course of action. It's very important, the statement to us, because and as you'll see later, when we talk about the conditions contained in the plan that Anusha and I must satisfy, that those are the only conditions. What does the plan try to do? What's the plan's objectives? So the South African Post Office Business Rescue Plan, the objectives are firstly, stabilize and restore the SA Post Office to solvency and liquidity. Secondly, rationalize costs and restructure SAPO into an efficient and future-proof business. And this term, future-proof business, was first used by us in our adopted business rescue plan. Thirdly, to rationalize the Post Bank branch network. 4, to protect current and grow new revenue streams, and we'll talk to what is mentioned by the DDG with regard to SAPO's revenue at this point in time. 5, to explore strategic partnerships to yield investment in assets and infrastructure. 6, reposition the SA Post Office to reclaim its position in a logistics and services sector. And then lastly, improve digital connectivity and inclusivity in both the urban and rural communities. This, we have shown this in the past, Honorable Madam Chair, in a presentation that was done to the committee. But we always have this slide because it reminds us what Anusha and I's duties are. And sometimes we have a situation in the media that there isn't quite the right understanding of what we have to do when a plan is adopted. So just for background purposes, our plan was adopted, or we started drafting the plan just after our appointment, because we had already had an idea what we would put in the plan because of what was stated in the affidavit to the High Court to place SAPO in business rescue. So we drafted our plan along those lines and on that basis. And we had interactions with the unions, with Treasury, with our department as a stakeholder. And our stakeholders are the creditors, the employees represented by the unions, and our shareholder. Those are our main stakeholders of SAPO. So we published our plan on the 23rd of November 2023. The plan was adopted by creditors on the 7th of December 2023. This is the adopted business rescue plan. The minute the plan got adopted, Section 1525 of the Companies Act became applicable. And it puts a responsibility, a statutory obligation on SAPO and the business rescue practitioners in that the practitioners together with SAPO must satisfy the conditions to the business rescue plan as adopted and implement the adopted business rescue plan. We can't implement anything else. So if you look at clause 25 of the adopted business rescue plan, these are the key conditions precedent that the BRPs had to meet. And it sounds, if you read it, because it's a verbatim extract from the business rescue plan, as if some of these things haven't occurred yet, but they have. But I just want to stress, the very first item that you deal with, the success of this business rescue plan is conditional upon receiving the remaining balance of the 2.4 billion, and we'll talk about that and what we did with that appropriation, and the additional 3.8 billion equity funding being approved and made available from National Treasury. So that was our basis, our first conditions for a successful business rescue plan to be implemented. Then we talk about the Section 189 process, and we'll talk about that a bit later. That's been completed, and the retention costs have been paid in full through interventions that the business rescue practitioners brought about. Then we talk about the USO funding and the increase of the USO funding. We have applied, I think we signed a document last week, a resolution last week, with regard to access to some of this funding. And then we deal with the approvals of the Minister of the DCDT and the Minister of Finance as executive authority in terms of the PFMA for the implementation of those aspects of the BR plan, which involves transactions such as approval in terms of Section 54.2 of the PFMA. And this relates to issues around selling property, borrowing. Those applications have been made. We're still waiting for responses around that. And then approval of the Minister of the DCDT as a representative shareholder of South African Post Office for the implementation of those aspects of the business rescue plan which involve transactions requiring such approval in terms of the SA Post Office MOI. So all of this will follow on, and just to remind everybody that where we are, most of this has been achieved, but we'll deal with it later. So if we look at, we're saying when we talk about the business rescue to date, the business rescue process aims to protect and restore SA Post Office core national infrastructure assets, which are vital for serving the public and supporting the government's objectives. And before I go to the achievements, you will notice later in the strategy session, we will deal with the absolute and immense intellectual property and vast network that the South African Post Office has. And apart from the unencumbered, immovable property, which we valued, I think at the time, we had an independent valuation of about 1.7 billion rand. Those assets are all unencumbered as we speak now. But let's go to the achievements. The BRP achievements to date. The financial restructuring, and this relates to improving cash management and processes, and work hard together with our finance team to get these processes in place. And I'm happy that the Minister actually approved our recommendation that Lenny Governor be appointed as the interim CFO, and that Fatima Ghani is appointed as the interim CEO of SAPO. We spoke about the Section 189 process, and before I get to that, the creditors' compromise, the matching 12 cents in the rand dividend for concurrent creditors, which you say we achieved. We will touch on the impact of this going forward a little further in the presentation. The 189 process, it's been completed. All the retrenchment payments have been made. There are certain issues that's outstanding with regard to the Post Office Retirement Fund, which they are dealing with because it's a separate entity to SAPO. And then there's an outstanding issue, and this is the issue of the payment of the statutory, that's SARS, and the payroll creditors, which is the Post Office Retirement Fund and Medipos. And we, in the business rescue plan as adopted, because these are statutory and payroll creditors, specifically because SARS in a liquidation scenario is a preference creditor, we decided to offer them an extra 18 cents dividend payable at the end of March 2025. That's outstanding. Operational rationalization. We've rationalized the branch network. Our aim was to target 657 branches. We've achieved that. We once again talk about the rationalization with regard to the 199 process. In the application for business rescue, it was stated, and this was exercise was probably done with the department and management, that there would be about 7,000 people retrenched. We did our own verification, and in the end, 4,875 of the employees were retrenched, and this resulted in an annual saving of 1.2 billion rand. That's been done. Asset optimization. We had an independent valuation done. We had to do it because PDO, who were appointed to do our independent valuation, needed independent valuers to value the properties. We've done that. The branch network rationalization has been achieved. Then business modernization, the data center migration. It was a great achievement. We moved from the center of Pretoria to offices in Centurion, BCX offices in Centurion. And this was a great achievement at SAPO to get that right. Investment in fleet management systems, hardware infrastructure, software, strategic private partnerships. We looked at that, and you'll see it is in the yellow line in progress, and some of them it's still outstanding. Then the appointment of suitably qualified, skilled, and competent management and directors. This is in progress. We have seen there's been an ad, a media ad with regard to an invitation to board members to apply. This is a process that the department is running. I'm just noting it for interest sake at this point in time. So now we come to the utilization of the 2.4 billion. The 2.4 billion was allocated to SAPO prior to SAPO going into provisional liquidation. This is actually prior to SAPO going into business rescue as well. So what did we do with the 2.4 billion? So we had statutory requirements, as I explained. We had our concurrent credited dividends of 12 cents in the rand, which amounted to 844 odd million. And we had our retention cost, which was just over 307 million. That's in fulfillment of our statutory requirements that has been paid. Then the stabilization of the business. I mentioned the funding critical infrastructure upgrades, and this just relates to the important data center migration, which is spent 22.9 million on. And then obviously the bridging finance that SAPO required to carry on with its operation. And here about 1.2 billion of that was used during the turnaround implementation phase. We make the point on the right-hand side that the current operational shortfall is exacerbated by a lack of necessary infrastructure upgrades. And we'll get to that because it's very important. The infrastructure upgrades for SAPO going forward to make . Thank you. Thank you very much. If you can go to the next slide. Oh, is there? I'm looking at my slide. Thanks. So we spoke about the utilization of the first capital allocation. The 2.4 billion. I think we've dealt with that. So okay, we're at the next slide. Thank you. So we mentioned here the results of the first capital allocation of 2.4 billion. And we put headings there, what the baseline was when we started an initiative, what were our initiatives, the BRP initiatives, and what was the result, and what are the next steps. So on receipt of 2.4 billion, we had credited debt of just around 8.7 billion. The creditor compromise, and that's the agreement reached with creditors when they voted for the plan on the 7th of December 2023, and they were willing to write off 88% of their claims. The 12-cent dividend, 99.6% of the total concurrent creditors, dividends amounting to about 1.1 billion, was paid to creditors, which resulted in the reduction in creditors of about 7.4 billion, as was mentioned by the Honourable Chair in our opening remarks as well. So the result is that the creditor status as of 30 June 2024, we have 492 million rands worth of historical debt left. And as I explained further, this is the 18 cents that must be paid by the end of March to the statutory and payroll creditors. If those creditors are paid, the result would be, and it's very important because it's only under this formal business rescue regime that this type of event is possible. SAPO will have no historical debt left. It will only have its operational expenses, which, as mentioned before, is in a declining state, but we'll talk about that and the reasons why we haven't been able to grow the revenue. But it's very important to note that the minute we make this payment to these three grouping of creditors, SAPO has no historical debt left. Then when you go over to the total branches, we had 1,023 branches. We went to the branch network rationalization. We reduced utility costs, rental costs, security costs, cash in transit costs. I must say our landlord relationships that we currently have has been much improved. Because initially we had all sorts of problems with the many landlords that we have spread around the country. We reopened the critical branches, and we know our responsibility with regard to our USO branches. We retained all our USO branches. So the total branches we have identified 657, and we realized that the next step is to invest in omni-channel solutions, and we talk about digital parcel lockers, kiosks. And you'll hear more about that when you get to the strategy. Then we mentioned the monthly staff cost. It was 211 million, 211.9 million. The Section 189 process, staff costs have been reduced by 1.2 billion annually. And we mentioned that we have paid all the retention costs. The retrenchment cost was supposed to be paid out of the 3.8 billion, but the business rescue practitioners decided that some of the money that we ring-fenced in order to improve certain aspects of SAPO, we had to delay so that this payment, because we knew how very important it was that this payment was made. So current monthly staff cost is about 115 million, and this process is complete, as I say. Monthly operational shortfall currently is 180 million. A realignment of our cost and revenue, currently we have a shortfall of 80 million. The 3.8 billion is required to invest in revenue generating initiatives, postal logistics, financial and digital services. And maybe Anush will respond further to that. But the reason why we have declining revenue, one of the reasons, we in business rescue, we in financial distress. Anybody having a look at what Anush and I found after our appointment at SAPO, will realize that I need for improvement and modernization at SAPO. And with the delay of further funding, because in the middle of last year, we would have had a different discussion today. But be there as it may, we're working with the Department and Treasury to find a way to resolve this issue. The issue of consequence management was very important for us. It was also one of the conditions that was that we had to satisfy National Treasury when we were allocated at 2.4 billion. And yeah, I can announce that we had 442 dismissals so far through disciplinary actions that we went through. We had to employ the necessary skills around disciplinary actions, processes, and all of that. And we managed these 442 dismissals, which led to 61 million rand staff cost savings. And this is the once-off saving that was made during the financial year 2023-2024. And this process is still an ongoing process. And then lastly, we talk about our data center, and I'm not going to repeat here what it means for us, but I can only refer you to the 99.9% guaranteed uptime that we currently are having. You can go to the next slide. So the funding requirement, the 3.8 billion, we set it out in our plan. It's not something new. It's not something that started with the two business rescue practitioners sitting in a room and deciding that we need 3.8 billion rand, and this is how we set it out. No, the 3.8 billion was already there. We worked on a plan based on the 3.8 billion. And that's why it becomes important to always take us back to the conditions of the business rescue plan and those conditions that which have to be satisfied by the SAPO and the BRPs. So what we said, because a lot of times we talk about 3.8 billion as just being a bailout, paying expenses, going forward and going back to government 3 years later, and the situation either has worsened or it stays the same. So out the 3.8 billion, we earmarked it for the following. In terms of completing our business rescue process, there has to be payment of additional third-party statutory creditors, 18 cents. That's for the 492 million. That will fulfill, in our view, our statutory requirements, and I'll get to how we exit business rescue. I think we're dealing with it in the next slide. Then, 2.3 billion rand was earmarked at that time. And the figures may have changed now because of the work that's gone into it. But capital expenditure, IT capex, 830 odd million. Mail processing and hybrid mail capex, 243 million. Logistics fleet capex, 456 million. Building and infrastructure upgrades, 376 million. Leasehold improvements, 353 million. Furniture and fittings, 44.6 million. So that is done in our view. And it's set out in the plan as well. This future-proofs SAPO. And it enables SAPO, with our current operational shortfall, which we believe, and Anush can take us through, and we'll also get it from the strategy document, which sets out when SAPO actually becomes the SAPO to stand on its own feet, be sustainable, and the business has been future-proofed for going forward. So that is what the money is being asked or has been set out in our business rescue plan. So it's not a ask from the PRPs. It's what we had to work on, and in what creditors voted on, and it was what the employees also through their union supported. Can we get to the slide? Nearly done. Sorry, Chair, for taking a bit longer than expected. So, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. So, exiting versus rescue. People are asking because it's important that at some point there has to be an exit for the business rescue practitioners. It's not that Anush and I want to stay here longer than we have to. It's the opposite. And that's why if you look at business rescue legislation, and it's not a lot, it's contained in Chapter 6 of the Companies Act. All of the time periods that's mentioned in the Act, your time period for calling your first creditors meeting within 10 days after you're appointed, your time period to develop a plan and publish it 25 days after your appointment. Because of the complexity of SAPU, we ask creditors, because it's their right, at the creditors meeting and at the employee meeting, whether we can postpone the publication of the plan to the end of November 2023. We got the approval that was necessary, and we published the plan on the 23rd of November 2023, and the plan was adopted on the 7th of October 2023. 7th of December 2023. Thanks, Anush. So exiting business rescue. And this is basically set out in Section 132 of the Companies Act, which actually tells you how business rescue, when business rescue begins, and it tells you when business rescue ends. So we looked at this and we said, look, let's see where we are and how quickly we can exit business rescue. So step one was the adoption of the business rescue plan, and this is history. The plan was adopted. It was voted in with the required number of creditors voting at the meeting and on ballot. We also discussed the publication of the plan prior to publishing it with our department as well as National Treasury. And whatever approvals we needed, whether it were PFMA approvals or approvals in terms of the MOI of SAPO, we got. So we see that, and we put you see the green 100% on your right-hand side. We're looking at step 2 now. The filing of notice of substantial implementation of the plan. So the business rescue proceeding, the process outstanding, the payment of the statutory and payroll creditors, the 18 cents by March 2025. And once we've secured sufficient working capital, because it's our responsibility that when we leave, we know and understand that SAPO will have the necessary working capital going forward to get it out of its financially distressed situation. Then the BRPs must file a notice of substantial implementation of the plan as outlined in Section 132(2)(b) of the Companies Act. We are in discussions with the department around this issue, and it's ongoing, and we hope to have it finalized before we get to the to end of March 2025. So we say currently we are 75% complete in terms of the business rescue plan. Obviously, the last step is a step that all of us are avoiding, and that is setting aside the business rescue plan, or the setting aside the order, the business rescue order, and converting the business rescue into liquidation. And that's what we're working with our department, and we're putting all efforts in to avoid. Because if we don't do this, this is what happens. So the SA Post Office Let's look at the liquidation scenario. So it will be placed in the hands of the Master of the High Court. A liquidator will be appointed to wind up the estate and will be the final authority. A liquidator will be appointed to wind up the estate and will be the final authority of SAPO. The Minister or government will no longer have rights over the organization. 6,104 remaining jobs will be lost and thousands of households will be affected. Non-core business operations will cease, save only for those operations necessary to wind up the company. SA Post Office will effectively be placed under care and maintenance until the conclusion of the liquidation process. And maybe I must just stop. You know, we're trying to stay away from any mention of day zero in October, because it just created all sorts of confusion. And we must understand, SAPO is not the type of business where I have 12 trains or 20 aeroplanes and I can just switch them off and stop them immediately. No, SAPO does not work like that. We don't operate like that. There's no way in which we can just decide today to stop everything. Because as we're speaking, certain branches may be making payments on behalf of the Post Bank, for example. There are many other things happening at SAPO that does not enable us just to go to a switch and just to switch it off. I just wanted to mention that and make that point here. Then other entities that will be affected will be the Medipos. It will have to liquidate. The Post Office Retirement Fund will also have to be wound down. And the SAPO unions, the joiner union that make up the, that have the most members employed only at SAPO and nowhere else, that will affect them as well. They will have to close down. The current staff will receive severance and as prescribed in terms of the insolvency legislation and not the basic conditions of the Employment Act, which is significantly less. But what I must point out here, that in liquidation is preferent. So whatever not paid or compromised with SARS will have to be paid. And the likelihood of then having concurrent dividends flow, even the 4 cents that we mentioned or that BDO mentions in their report, may not become real for concurrent credits. There will be the potential for industrial action. And here, Madam Chair, I have to acknowledge the work that was done with the unions and employee representatives of those non-unionized members. It was a difficult process to go through, but they stood by the process. Their only interest is to save SAPO going forward. So we must acknowledge the role they played in this rescue up until now. And then all the assets of SAPO will be sold on for sale value, and any proceeds will be divided amongst creditors according to the insolvency legislation. SAPO obviously will not be able to fulfill its mandate. Government will be required to find an alternative to the post office, and a liquidation inquiry process is inevitable here, because there are so many questions that under BR, it's not our job to go back 5 years or 3 years, but it may be a liquidator that wants to go back 10 years. And Anush and I are also seasoned liquidators, so we know how long the process can be dragged out and how costly it could be going forward. And we say liquidation may take years in such a complex matter. And then just in conclusion, Honourable Madam Chair, obviously, no funding impacts investment in modernization programs. We've mentioned that, which in turn hampers SAPO's return to financial sustainability. The SA Post Office solvency and liquidity remains a risk. Although we have brought SAPO to a level where it's technically solvent because our assets exceed our liabilities, still in financial distress because of our revenues that are not matching or are more than what our operational expenses currently still are. There'll be a breakdown of service delivery in unserviced and rural communities. We spoke about the 18 cents, and what we want to avoid is that we have a situation where we have to liquidate, and that is the winding down of SAPO. And then we mentioned that if the 3.8 billion rand comes, we will have to revise our turnaround program and timelines, because it will be close to a year down the line. We have been implementing further aggressive austerity measures, which could result in reducing our operational expenses. And we're busy assisting the Joint Task Team to explore potential partnerships. And then we continue to engage with the DCDE and National Treasury to get the necessary funding as set out in the BR plan. Thank you, Honourable Madam Chair. I don't know if Anush has anything that he wants to add. Nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Demons. Let me thank you as well, Mr. Ruppel, for that presentation. I'm sorry, I didn't get a sense when you were making your introductions. The executives from the post office, who is here? I've seen the acting CFO just because I know her face, but
sorry, Madam Chair, I forgot to mention our representatives of SAPO that is here. So we have Jikesh Yahbir, we've got Solly Gaber, and we've got Lenny Governor, and we've got Fatima Ghani. Fatima, we received approval from the minister last week because we proposed her appointment as interim acting CEO. That's been approved, and the approval of Mr. Lenny Governor's position as acting CFO of SAPO, that has also been approved.
thank you very much. Mr. Governor is the gentleman sitting on the other side of Ms. Fatima.
Thank you for
May I
reminding
please
me
ask
about
you to stand up? Sorry, the committee has got a particular interest and they can't see you. If you don't mind, thank you. That's Mr. Governor. That's the acting CFO. And you know Ms. Fatima. Sorry, Fatima. She's the interim CEO. Okay, let me thank you once again for that presentation. Which I believe the intention of it was to bring us to an understanding of where we are at this point in time. I'm not sure if you want to make any additions, DDG Shelembe, on what is essentially the as-is situation. If not, then I would invite the members to perhaps reflect on this presentation. DDG? Okay, no additions. Members, that is the presentation on the business rescue process to date. Obviously covering a lot of what we know in terms of what has been done with regards to implementation thus far. Can I see hands, or can I take it we're all going? All right, let me note Honorable Vilagazi, Honorable Matafa, Honorable Subrathi, Honorable Alicia, Honorable Situle, as we welcome and acknowledge the presence of Honorable Shongwe. Okay, let's just start it from the top. Honorable Sauls. Okay, let me start with the Honorable Stolle.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to members and officials from Parliament and from the Department of Communication, the leadership of Post Office, and the leadership of BLPs. Honorable Chairperson, first of all, we understand what have they said now, but my concern, Honorable Chairperson, is that this information is not the first one. We have received this information before, but it's that there is no movement. I think the movement is they're supposed to have that 3.8 billion, which is where they stuck to now, according to this report, because it's not the first report that we receive. But I think, Honorable Chairperson, that I need to find out from them. They say they have 657 branches. Can they give us a breakdown of those branches, where on each provinces or district or municipalities, so that we can understand where post office are? Because the post office actually is is very critical to people from rural areas and for the ages. It's very critical. So now, if we can have that information, sometimes it can help us, Honorable Chairperson. And the other, Honorable Chairperson, the thing is worrying me, I think even the committee, is the issue of liquidations. Because it seems that if they do liquidate the post office, there will be no ways that the minister or the parliament or the executive going to say. There will be no say on the post office. So now that's worrying part of it, because we have post office, we have post bank. Another thing, Honorable Chairperson, that I'm trying to check here, the relationship between the post office and the postnet. Postnet. There is post bank, there is postnet, and there is this post office. If that one can be actually clarified, do they have, because they are using the logo for the post office, the postnet. So the last one, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of their strategy. If I know, I didn't see their strategy except the report to get funding, because if we don't get this 3.8 million from Parliament, 3.8 billion from Parliament, it seems that their option now is for liquidations. So what strategy do we have, even if that money is not yet there? What are you going to do? Are you going to sit down and wait for 3.8 billion? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues, and everyone in the room this morning. Chairperson, I just want to understand a few things. And I think the first one is that with the reduction of the debt from 8.7 billion to 440 million, I just want to understand, I don't know if maybe the team can explain to us how this was achieved, and maybe the plan to address the remaining debt. And I think another one, Chair, is maybe if they can tell us in simple terms, like how close they are to achieving the financial stability, right? I know that the presenter was saying that they can't declare October as a day zero moment. And maybe if October is not that moment, like when can we expect to see the day zero moment? And given everything that has happened with the branch closures and the staff layoffs and service delays, I just want maybe to understand how they are planning to rebuild the public trust, right? And maybe the vision to have SAPO remain relevant. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to all present. Chairperson, let me begin by reflecting on the reasons for those 400 dismissals of staff. Yesterday we were at SABC and we had the opportunity to engage with the staff of SABC in a without the executives present, and we came to this profound realization that one of the reasons that SABC has been able to achieve a turnaround is because of the committed and passionate team of people that they have behind them that want to see an SABC survive. So in addition to the, I think, 6,000 employees that were dismissed or retrenched, we found since the last engagement we've heard, this is a new bit of information, 400. So I want to understand what is the reason for that, and what is the level of staff morale within Post Office, and what is their will? Because this is the team that we're going to be backing. What is the will of this team to carry us through? I think this is a very crucial question, because we've been out on oversight last year in Eastern Cape, and we understand the location of post offices in remote areas. A lot of what people experience from the post office is what interaction they have with the face of the post office, and that is the staff. We've seen selfless staff mopping, cleaning, and going beyond the call of duties simply because they want to ensure that post office. So I'm really keen that we have a deeper engagement around staff, and even person I might suggest, a deeper engagement with staff. So I wanted to talk around that. The second aspect I wanted to talk about is get a sense about the Post Bank's rollout of, I think it's 3,000 or 4,000 SASSA cards to black cards presented a unique opportunity for SAPO, for the infrastructure of SAPO, 600 post offices, to be used to really put SAPO on the road map. And I feel it's a missed opportunity. I'd like us to have some reflection on that. Why were we unable to seize that opportunity and put the post office back on the map? And along those lines there, so firstly, why didn't we jump? We were unable to partner with Post Bank. I think that's the first part. The second part of the question is, I'd like us to get a sense of what is this relationship at the moment with Post Bank. Now, during our oversight visit last year, on the ground, we heard, we kind of grasped that there was a need for Post Bank to pay some contribution towards rentals, towards expenses, and I think that these are bona fide sharing expenses. Now, has that conversation deepened? Is there a contribution from Post Office, and what is the status of Post Office? Because I really do see that in the future of SAPO, Post Bank, which provides banking to the most rural of people, is crucial to be part and parcel of our Post Office. So I'd like to get a sense of that. Chairperson, I also want to understand the 3.8 billion that is, we understand that it is a requirement, and in terms of the BRP plan that was put together, what are the other options of funding that have been explored outside the Treasury? And maybe linked to that is, if one were to go in and attract a strategic partner or get a loan, and I think we're probably going to, I'm sure the agenda will talk to that later. I really want to get a sense of what is the ability of the Post Office to then service that debt going forward. If we get in a strategic partner or a loan, is it a viable business? Have we managed to rationalize it to the extent that it is now able to service that debt? And I'll pause there, Chairperson.
Can I proceed, Chair? Thank you very much, Chair. I have a few questions, but let me start by thanking the presentations. The first one, Chair, is on the issue of competitiveness, because I believe beyond the business rescue practitioner processes, what will keep the South African Post Office going, it is competitiveness. So my question is, since the BRP process started, are there any signs of improved competitiveness from the Post Office side? I will then follow up by asking the question that Honorable Sitole asked, but I'll ask it differently. Besides waiting for the 3.2 billion, what else are we doing to avoid a situation that the Post Office ends up in a process of liquidation? The third one is on something that is termed statutory requirement payments. It appeared twice in the initial submission in terms of the spending that happened, and again on the receipt of 3.2 billion, it resurfaces again at 492 million. I believe and suspect this could be as a process of the agreement between the post office and its creditors, the 18th issue per end. My question is, for how long? Meaning that even after the 3.2 billion is exhausted, will you still come back and say, hey, we still have this statutory requirement of 18 cents per rand that we must still honor? Now, the question that I'm asking is that, is there a chance that you will come back and say, please bail us out again? And that is where my bone of contention lies. The last point, Chair, is on the issue of some of the highlights that the rescue plan indicated as their uppermost commitment. And I'll just speak on one of modernization, especially looking at ICT systems, as well as how communication has been digitalized. What investments were made by the post office to ensure that, again, we are competitive in that space? Because the younger generation don't wait at the post box waiting for a letter. Either they wait on their phone or they wait on some digital platform to receive and disseminate information. So I'm interested only on that one, what investments were made, and if whether during this process, can there be a focus and efforts to ensure that we digitalize as much as possible. Thank you very much, Chair. I will pause there.
Chair. Chair, can I just get clarity on the 150 million that has been received from the department? I am guessing it is not a part of the 3.8 billion, but just so that we are clear and to say from the department, where is this money coming from? Is it ring-fenced for anything in particular? And sitting where we are sitting and having seen the postponement of the budget last week, and the Minister of Finance having said that he is going to be using tough love on the entities. That, for me at least, says the country cannot afford 3.8 million, with the greatest appreciation that the business rescue practitioners agreed to take the job because there was that understanding. But sitting where you are sitting as South Africans, you, I'm sure, can see that that money might just not be available. What is your advice to South Africans who rely on the post office for their social grants, for their social relief grants as business rescue practitioners, if that money does not come through? Start making alternative plans. What is your advice to the National Treasury? What else can be said over and above what you have said so far to the Treasury to convince them to put a line item of 3.8 billion for the post office? So SAPO obviously is, with the guidance of business rescue practitioners, is performing business operations. Can we just have an outline of what those day-to-day business operations are, and if they are bringing any cash, which will then speak to the issue of the relevance of SAPO in the market, the issue of future-proofing SAPO? And the question would then, maybe if I ask it directly, is the market share for SAPO currently and in the future? And if you could just maybe appraise us on that. We have 604 remaining jobs. Are those people being communicated to? Are you taking them along as you perform the business rescue processes? Because this is the workforce that keeps SAPO machinery working. What mechanisms are you employing to take them on board, keep them informed? And there's been reports of people who had left the employer of SAPO haven't taken up the Section 189 offers, and then they were brought back, and apparently they were expected to pay back the money that they had been paid out. Is something like that plausible? It doesn't sound plausible for me, but if you could just maybe speak to us on that, what provisions in the law would have made it possible for somebody to be retrenched, come back to work for SAPO, and be required to pay back whatever would have been paid? And how do you account for that sort of process? If you could just educate us on that. The SAPO creditors that remain in the unpaid, what is their reaction to the situation? Again, how are you communicating with them? What are you saying to them? When we last spoke, and when Minister came to Parliament, he spoke about the cost of the BRP being 2 million. Does that remain the case? What is your monthly cost to the South African Post Office? And with 2 business rescue practitioners, if you could just perhaps give us the total, not necessarily the breakdown, but the total for each of the business rescue practitioners, and also how many people, because you obviously are the face of the business practitioners, but we see you also have your team in the room. How many people are we talking that are working as business practitioners? And my issue has always been, rescue process is one thing. Exit, there should have been some sales transfer, and I don't know what you could to us about that. And of the 657 branches, do we have any of those that are profitable, or is it just the obligation branches? Lastly, Chairman, 2 things. The statutory payments, it is salaries, pensions. What does this mean for a 65-year-old, 60-year-old SAPO employee who wants to resign tomorrow, to retire tomorrow? Are SAPO employees still covered by their medical aid? Are SAPO employees paying UIF? Lastly, Chair, is for you as business practitioners, what will break the camel's back that you say we are walking away from this process?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Sitole makes the point that we've heard the presentation before, and to an extent that is my view as well. Yet the one thing that is starting to strike me actually about that, though, is just the consistency of the BRP's message. From when they came to us in the committee, I've heard you, Mr. Ruplal, on SAFM more than once. I've seen articles on my broadband, but the story is the same. And to be honest, I'm starting to have I hate to say this, but even sympathy for the business practitioners. and I mean, why? Because your presentation gives us the achievements. One of the biggest achievements in my view being the fact that we even have a SAPO to speak of. We even have a SAPO to now consider the future of. Whereas if we were going the direction that it had been going, it would definitely have had to liquidate. It was already under liquidation when you came. So at least the fact that we can even start to discuss the future of SAPO is a huge achievement. But I think the big frustrations, which is where I'm going with the sort of frustration with the business rescue process, is that, firstly, are we flogging a dead horse? Is this even worth bothering about? Or should we just close shop, cut our losses, and move on? That's the first thing. The second thing with the BR process is, when is it going to end? Because it then seems to feel as if the BR process is just perpetuating its own existence. From reports that we've received, actually, Honorable Potlani, I believe we've spent more than 100 million rand already on just the BR process alone. And so where is this going? And the longer, of course, this remains, the more we are paying for the process as a nation. So I would just firstly say it's one of the big frustrations with the process, but secondly, maybe you could give us an idea. What's your own view? Because you also need to plan your own sort of future. What do you see in the coming months? And then on that, one of the other things is Honorable Matafa mentions the competitiveness of the post office. One thing I noticed, I took an oversight visit by myself to the post office in Durban. And I met with the team there, as well as from the outlying areas, from the regions. And one thing I noticed was the passion of everybody there for the post office. They all really love the post office. We've already heard that people pay out of their own pockets for cleaning materials, etc. And I'm sure it happens here. When I was walking in the door, I overheard a lady here. I think she was talking about the aircon or something. She says, no, come back in 2 years, it'll be working. It'll be working. So everybody here believes in the post office, and they believe in its continued existence. But my thing, and it goes back to the competitiveness, is I think it's important for us all as a nation, let alone as just this group of people here, to take emotion out of this and differentiate also between SAPO as a place of employment, as a source of employment, and SAPO as a viable business. Because those, I feel, are two completely different things. And I think we have to be able to compartmentalize them and work with the one that really needs our attention now. And I believe it is SAPO as a business, as a viable business. And then just, I heard Honorable Podlani said, my final two, Chair, so this is my final 2 or 3. But you spoke of the USO funding. And I believe that comes from Treasury through the department. What is that funding used for? And does it impact the 3.8 billion in any way? And then also that, in addition to the 150 million mentioned by Mr. Shelembe, is that part of the working capital that SAPO is going to be using for now, moving forward? And then also, what of that working capital? How much of it is there? Are you going to be able to make February? Are you going to be able to make March? What is it looking like? What's the time frame for SAPO's continued operations in light of the delays in the 3.8 billion in the disbursement of that amount? And I remember at some point, I think it was in Parliament, it was when we met at a committee meeting in Parliament, that you mentioned even receiving partial or part of the 3.8 billion would work, or receiving the 3.8 billion in tranches. Is that an argument that's been advanced to the National Treasury, and what's been the response of the National Treasury to that? And my question at the bottom here, can we see the CFO, please? And we did see him, so thank you for that. I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me start also by appreciating the presentation, and my greetings to the BRP team and to some of the familiar faces that I see and know from South African Post Office. And Chairperson, I've got a couple of comments and questions that I'll just run through very quickly. I think first we need to really start from the top, because it looks like we've got a challenge with an act that is very restrictive, such that if ever conditions or dynamics change whilst the BRP process is in place, there's nothing you can do. And I think that is unfortunate, that it must be looked at. I don't know if you had noticed it, you are working on it, but that's my first comment. Second, Chairperson, we have to go back to say, what was the original public mandate for the post office? And is that public mandate still relevant today? And the public mandate of the post office, as we know it, is the universal access to postal services. So when we look at this business rescue plan and the sustainability plans, the competitive plans that they are trying to put together, and I know it's not an easy job, I can appreciate that. There's a lot to work through in this vast organization. We have to then come back to say, do we need to review this mandate given the digital global dynamics and environment that we find ourselves in? Is the National Treasury perhaps looking at it also to say your public mandate versus what you are delivering now? Must we fund that? Because my second question is, against that public mandate, what are we delivering now as we speak as SAPO? What are the services that we are doing against the public mandate? And what is the profitability of that we are doing as we speak? The gentleman, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name properly, who presented. You were saying right now, as we speak, there are branches that are working. Those branches, are they doing the public mandate? What is the profitability of these branches that are open and working? Because that talks to what my honorable member asked, to say, once you exit, are we going to come back to where we are now, or this business is going to continue to be profitable? Let me unlock that. Follow on to that question. If our public mandate is universal access, and I can see that we are selling the very assets that give us universal access, can you let us know what are the core assets that you are retaining to fulfill that mandate? Because there would be no point to say we have this universal mandate, but then we sell the very things that enable us to achieve that mandate. It will be a contradiction in itself. And I would like an understanding of that. And in terms of the sales, I've noted from over 1,000 branches, we've got about 657. How much of the rural branches have been sold? And what is the criteria of really getting rid of some of these assets? Is it just cost, profitability, or we look at other human factors and obligation factors of access, you know, to the poor, to the vulnerable? So give us the criteria of how you disposed of those assets. Again, in fulfilling our obligation, we note that SASSA grants is one of the key, or was at some point, the most profitable business for SAPO. I don't know if it or public obligation, equitable. And that's where we My concern that I would need you to assist to alleviate is that we're talking about a boost of $150 million that the department platforms for engagement for ideas, because without this passionate staff, sometimes the staff is passionate about post office because they have nothing else. In this economic crisis, they must ensure that this stays open for them to put bread on their table, send their children to school. So we know that, and we want to
both parts are answered directly and concisely. In your presentation, you say that the Act does not provide for the amendment adopted business rescue plan, particularly once the plan's implementation has commenced. Close quote. My question, could you please read to us the specific section within the Companies Act that explicitly says that once a business rescue plan has been adopted and commenced, no changes can be made to it? Part B, failing which, does this mean that this is a unilateral, subjective interpretation by yourselves of the applicable sections of the Act? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I forgot one last question around the BRPs. I would like to know the cost of this BR process for us since the beginning till now, the monthly cost, and how much this 150 million is coming really will to the cost of covering your fees. Thank you.
Can I also abuse the passing of the mic? No, Chair. They spoke to the post office having properties worth 1.7 billion. Is it my understanding that there's plans to sell off those to inject into the post office? I'm sorry, I forgot to ask that question. Just clarity on that.
I had one, but I didn't.
Thank you, disciplined members of the committee. Thank you very much, honorable members, for those insights as well as questions to the BRPs. Maybe let me just add a few of my own. I think the first meeting that we had with the BRPs, I remember Honorable Bodlani asking who is running the post office. And the response that we got, if I could have sound. Thank you. So Honorable Bodlani had asked who is running the post office, and the response that we got was that it is the BRPs. And I think your business rescue plan also speaks to the fact that you have assumed full operational and management control of the company. So in line with what is being asked by Honorable Makubele on the process, I heard you saying that you got concurrence from the minister, but I want to understand how then this appointment of an interim executive fits into what you had referred us to in your business rescue plan, that you have full operational and management control. So who do we now hold accountable, given that you have filled these positions? But I'm also keen to know, what does the rest of the executive look like? Is it just an interim CEO, an interim O? And there's no prescription to this question because I've never gotten a response. What happened to the executive that you found here? I remember also asking what happened to the CEO, Ms. Mona, who was here. Did she resign, and did she give reasons why they resigned? And you must understand, Mr. Demus, Mr. Rupal, when we ask these questions, is because we have to probe issues where we believe that there are things that we should better understand. So what happened to that executive, and who else is in the executive of the post office, and what's their role? I'm also keen to know, you spoke about the success of the migration of your data center. Can you confirm that I heard you correctly, that it's BCX? If it's BCX, I think I would be satisfied, because we're very worried about issues of data sovereignty, who has access to the data of the state and where it's being kept. You spoke about, okay, so on the property portfolio, I'd like to get a sense of how much of that is leased. So if you look at our property portfolio, you said your relationship with landlords is improving. But I understand that many of the buildings that the post office occupies are buildings that were either transferred to this government by previous governments in succession, and whatever the story was, but they're absolutely beautiful buildings, except where we choose to abandon them and go into other places. So I'd like a sense of what is the ratio between owned buildings, the unencumbered assets, as well as leased buildings. Then I would also like to know, because we've got a letter from the minister where he says you are seeking exemption from the PFMA because you would like to dispose of properties of the post office. Now, I'm hoping that when the BRPs leave, like Honorable Vilakazi is celebrating that we still have a post office, I'm hoping we'll have a post office when you leave. So it can't be that we have unencumbered assets and those assets are being sold. So we'd really like to get clarity on which properties, why are those properties being sold, and hopefully it is not, as I said, the unencumbered assets. Can we also have a sense of your clients? I think in all the discussions that we've been having, you've never spoken to us about revenue generation, how it has been since you have come in. Has it stayed steady? Has it increased? Has it decreased? Client retention. I know in the post office environment, there's something called delivery standard. All your matrices of performance, because we've never gotten a sense of how you are performing there. Then on the retrenchments, have you retrenched people only to replace them with consultants? Because I think that would be very important for us to know. You said 4,875 employees of the post office lost their job. Those employees were replaced with consultants, if that has happened at all. And then my final question around the 2020-24 audit. Now, we're made to believe that the now interim CEO, then CFO, is a chartered accountant. But there are reports that you have outsourced your 2023-24 audit, which we still haven't seen, by the way. It was yourselves and I think one other institution that had not concluded their audit. Now, why would you outsource the preparation of your financial statements when you have the CFO and when you as the BRPs also have capacity in the form of a number of CAs in your team? Thank you very much, Mr. Rupal. Mr. Damons? Oh, I forgot you. Hello.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the executive and the officials. Apologies for being late, but I'm covered by most of the questions. One remaining thing in my mind is that, yes, SAPO is a need, especially to the rural areas, for their services. But looking at the current competition, it worries me and it bothers me that what did BRP see that convinced them that SAPO will have a profitable business after the bailout? I also think I need to be convinced on that matter. Or is SAPO going to be a rural service provider only? Because I need to convince myself in such a way that if I see the other service providers that are giving the same services that SAPO is giving, what convinces me to leave them if I look at the current status of SAPO? So I just needed that. And then Honorable Bodlan spoke about the 604 employees. And the question by the chair is, who is running SAPO? So my question is, what support are they getting and where are they getting it from? That's.
Thank you, Honorable Shonga. Can I hand over to you, Messieurs? Sorry, because I was abused by members earlier, I also want to just abuse the platform while you caucus your responses. No, Honorable Stole asked about post office and post net. I would really want to foreground the relationship with the Post Bank. I know one of the members did ask it, but if you could please just break it down for us how that looks like at the present moment. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable members, for those questions. There's a number of questions that they have to go through. Madam Chair, I was just discussing with Anush, because the next presentation that deals with the strategy document, to a large extent covers a lot of the questions that have already been asked. And maybe a good idea for us to have that strategy document presented by Fatima. so that we can then afterwards see what of the questions that have been asked remain, so that we can deal with them. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm tempted to call for a tea break. Can we have a tea break? It is a so I misunderstood the BRPs. They are asking that they do not respond to issues that members raised now, that we take the next presentation, which is on the strategy, where they think a number of the issues would be responded to. Then that which is not responded to they then respond to it after. Now, they also want to put a proposal for consideration by the committee that the strategy must be in a closed session or in camera, and I will ask them to motivate why. So that is why I thought there's two decisions that we need to take. The first one is whether we defer the responses to after the second presentation. I think I had agreed without understanding what the request was. Then the second decision, in terms of Rule 1A of the National Assembly rules, is the issue of a request for a closed session. So maybe let's allow the BRPs to print the reasons why they need us to be in a closed session. The committee can deliberate on it, then we take a 10 minutes break. We either then come back into a closed session or we continue. Mr. Rupral, Mr. Demons, who will be leading? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we did send a letter in this regard, but maybe just from our perspective with regard to this strategy, it has been a strategy that's been developed over the business rescue period, and it contains intellectual property that belongs to SAPO. I don't think that the open forum is a forum where we actually go out in public and announce what the strategy is that SAPO wants to follow to get it in a position where it will become stable, sustainable. So there are certain things that we worked on and that SAPO paid for. And that's why I mentioned that it's SAPO intellectual property. And that's one of the reasons why we're asking that we have a closed session around the specific issue around SAPO strategy, because this has also been one of the contentious issues going around. There was never a strategy that the PRPs worked on. We want to show you what we've worked on. over and above the, or emanating from the business rescue plan. Yes, Anush also just mentioned to me that we are currently in litigation Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. RPs. I know the committee is going to ask you one question even before they. In the meantime, can I ask the Secretariat to please share the from the BRPs with the committee whether this information is information in the public domain. If it is, why would you then want to close the session? If it's not, why do you think
Chair, I was exactly in this room, and the colleagues that were in the sixth parliament will remember when the same was asked of previous portfolio committee. And again, to make the point, there is that precedence. I am personally not a fan of closed meetings because state-owned entity, but considering the precarious situation that SAPO finds itself in, we do not want to be held liable for the failures, which we hope we won't have to talk about that and said, oh, when we publicly discussed our strategy, this was our bullet in terms of how we're going to turn SAPO around. So just to put it on record that I am not a fan, but because there is a precedence, I will support the community, the decision of the committee together with my colleague, Honorable Vilagazi.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I had put my hand up before, and I concur with what she has said, but I wanted to also just draw the attention of the BR practitioners that in as much as we understand the confidentiality and the sensitivity around the information to be shared, as a portfolio committee, we are also guided by rules of parliament. And we have a legal obligation to have these interactions in public view. And so it has to be really compelling reasons. And I think it's actually the chair that might have to even speak on behalf of the portfolio committee in terms of why did we breach clear rules of parliament. Yesterday we were being taken through Rule 184, which stipulates we must hold meetings in public except under exceptional circumstances. So my point is going to be to say, insofar as we understand the sensitivity and insofar as we appreciate the precarious state that the post office is in, and even in spite of those rules of parliament, I would say I feel that we have sufficient justification to break with the norm and support a request for a meeting outside of public thing. Okay.
Can I just make one last point to support the point that you made, to say, with the understanding that if there is anything that as a committee we feel must be reported back to South Africans, we will do that. So that is on that condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would support my colleague, but with this caveat that I would like to put on the table. Like I said to you, I'm new in the committee and I've seen this yesterday. We give in committee, we expect bullets, we expect a strategy, we expect commercially sensitive information, not a rubber bullet, something that one can read in a textbook and the public is denied access to information when we can figure out what is the turnaround strategy. So my plea is that I will support that we go in a closed session precisely for what the reasons they have mentioned. We want support to be profitable, we want to support your work, we want to make sure that you are given the right environment to operate, but please honor us and give us something to work with. Thank you.
I have no problem, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleagues that we can have a closed session, but I also want to emphasize on the point of Honorable Makobela to say we hope that you guys have got something that we can work with, because we were very disappointed with people asking for this closed session and then there's nothing to work with. Like, they give us an overview of textbook material. But another thing, Chair, I just want to find out, so with the closed session of the presentation that they're going to give, but the questioning and the answering, are we going to be back on the public platform when we do that session? I just want to find that out.
Yeah, I think what we can do is that let's get this presentation. Let's see, at least members will also be able to deem if there's anything as commercially sensitive as we are saying. Let's take that decision when we have seen the presentation. There are some issues, obviously, that we raised in an open session, and we'd obviously need some of those responses in an open session. Thank you very much, honorable members. So we will break for 15 minutes to 11:30. When we come back, it will be in a closed session as approved by the Committee of the National Assembly in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. We will, Mrs. BRP, be compelled to obviously summarize what you presented, not the substance of what you presented, but what the essence of the presentation would have spoken into, obviously respecting what you would have deemed confidential. Thank you very much. So the meeting will resume at 11:30.